When I went to Guatemala, I had no idea what to expect, but I knew where I was going. The ancient city of Tikal, said to be one of the most spectacular sites ever built by the ancient Maya. It's located near Lake Peten, in the southern lowlands of the Yucatan Peninsula. The closest airport is in Flores, on Lake Peten. I was there for a week, and I saved Tikal for last. In the meantime, I decided to explore the area around Lake Peten, and visited all kinds of forgotten archaeological sites, ancient cities, and even spent some time in a cave. The next 4.5 hours of footage show everything I saw, all the things I did, the people I met, and the things I ate, as well as my insights along the way. Oh, come on. Some of my viewers have been asking me for longer videos, and to show more about the way that I travel. Well, this one's for you. Enjoy.
Tripulación de cabina próximos al aterrizaje.
There's a moment in the poem, The Raven, by Edgar Allan Poe, where the narrator is speculating about the origin story of the raven and how it learned to talk and how it learned to say the word nevermore. And the narrator is pondering this, and he suspects that perhaps the raven came from some unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till the dirges of his heart in that one word he did outpour. I'm currently on the island of Flores in Lake Peten in northern Guatemala, and it looks like a tropical paradise here, and in fact you could say that it is. But the history of this place, I think one of the best ways to describe it would be to call it unmerciful disaster following fast and following faster, one after the other. There's the northern shore of the lake, of the southern part of the lake. And over in that direction, Guatemala sort of stops. Because north of here, there's just jungle. Hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of jungle. And if you were to follow the roads that lead to the northwest, all the way to the end, and then hike for several days through that dense, wild jungle, eventually you'd get to a place called El Mirador. And El Mirador is a remarkable place. It's got perhaps the largest pyramid on Earth by mass, some 130 meters tall. One of the most impressive achievements of the Maya. And that's just in the pre-classical period. That's not even the height of their civilization. Back in the time of the Roman Empire, around 250 AD, something happened in El Mirador, and it was abandoned. And people moved. People moved to other cities, to Tikal. They moved to the lowlands, the other parts of the Peten Basin. And there they entered the classical period, and you had the great cities of Calakmul, Tikal, and others. And then they were invaded by Teotihuacan. And then they had a great collapse of their civilization, and everyone had to move somewhere else, and they abandoned all these cities and they moved to the northern part of the Yucatan and built cities like Chichen Itza. And the Toltecs came, and there was war and some other kind of collapse, and then they started moving into the highlands of southern Guatemala. And then the conquistadors came, and the great brutal conquistador Pedro Alvarado destroyed Mayan city after Mayan city, enslaved everyone, forced them to build a new city. Then that city was destroyed in a landslide from a volcano. And then there was the revolution, and then Mexico invaded. And there was the counter-revolution. And there was a civil war between the liberals and the conservatives. And there was uprisings. And then there came military coups and political intrigues. And then the CIA came, and the United Fruit Company. And there was the time of the massacres and the death squads. And there was the Civil War. Then came the drug cartels. And so on and so on. One unmerciful disaster after another. And that's not even counting all of the regular hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and landslides which punctuated this entire history. But I'm going to back up a bit. Back to the time of the Maya. Because I'm here to tell you some interesting stories about their history. And I'm going to begin at the end. The last of the Maya, they say. I'm going to back up a minute. I want to tell you about the end of the Mayan story, but to tell you about the end, I have to start in the middle and then get to the end. About 1,000 years ago, in the year 900, 909 is a commonly given date. 909, the classical Mayan civilization at its peak with dozens of cities all over the Yucatan and southern Guatemala collapsed. And we're not sure why exactly, but probably there was over farming, over exploitation of the land, overuse of water, possibly a great drought, which happens here fairly often, and all that together probably led to social unrest, people being mad at the leaders, and that caused the civilization to collapse. And this entire area and the lake region was entirely abandoned. And there were still Mayans around, but about 100 years later, the Toltecs came. The Toltecs came from Tula, going up this hill. We'll see why in a second. The Toltecs came from Tula, and they established the Toltec Mayan fusion culture. It's on the north coast of the Yucatan. And one of the major cities there was Chichen Itza, probably the most famous Mayan city. If you think of a Mayan pyramid, you're probably thinking of the one at Chichen Itza. It's a square, even on all four sides, with a little square temple on the top. Now, in Chichen Itza, around the year 1175, there was a great catastrophe in the form of a drought that threatened the entire settlement in Chichen Itza. And they decided to fix this by making an offering to the rain god Chak. And that offering came in the form of a human sacrifice. and they have a great cenote there, this sort of giant sinkhole that was their reserve of water. And in times of drought, they would throw people into the cenote. And this time, they decided to throw a guy into the cenote whose name was Hunak Kil Kawich. And it was a bad choice on their part, because they threw him into the cenote and he should have died. The walls are slippery. You're supposed to drown in there if they throw you in. And they did their ritual and threw him in, and he spent the night swimming around in there. And he not only survived, but he was able to escape. And that should be bad news in the terms of a rejected offering, but that's not exactly how it went down.
And then it started raining. And it rained so much
That Hunak Kil Kawich
said, "Look at me. I'm favored by the rain god. I've brought this great blessing upon you. Can't you see that I'm a holy man?" But the Itza people were not impressed. The people of Chichen Itza kicked him out, and he went to Mayapan. And there he developed the following. There, he declared himself to be the Ahau. Means a ruler, someone chosen by the gods. And there he became a mighty ruler in Mayapan. And he got many followers. And then, some 20 years later, he returned to Chichen Itza. And he chased the Itza people out of Chichen Itza. Chased them all the way into the Peten Basin. And they settled here. They settled here in Lake Peten and on the island of Flores. And they built a city. And according to the Spanish record, that city was called Tayazal, which is probably not correct. It was probably actually Itza, the place of the Itza people. And they lived on this island and on the northern shore across the lake. And they lived here for quite some time.
So they settled here in what became known as the land of the Itza, Itza, and they settled here in Flores, on the island of Flores. And this was the capital of Itza, the capital of the Itza people. And they built this city. All of the streets that are laid out here follow the original patterns of the Mayan city. And here, in the center of the island, was said to be the greatest of 11 temples that were built in this city. Now you can see that there's a natural hill and a natural incline where all the elevations of this island naturally lead up to this point. I'm climbing the staircase. And here is the tallest point in the island. can see the water down there. And there's the center of town, the church, some government administration buildings, the municipality building. And over here we have Radio Nacional Tikal and the radio antenna, which was placed here because, of course, being on the top of the island, it would have the greatest reach to the surrounding area. So here, on this plaza, there was, at some point, a great temple, a pyramid. Probably one that resembled the one in Chichen Itza, since they had just come from there. Of course, they would continue their traditions, their Toltec Mayan fusion cultures, also reminiscent of the temples in Tula, which are themselves inspired by those in Teotihuacan. There's no pyramid here now. This was the last holdout of the Maya, the last unconquered area. This was the last temple, one of the last pyramids that was built by them, and it remained unconquered for quite some time. The most famous conquistador of all, Hernan Cortez, conquered Mexico City and the Aztecs in 1521, and shortly thereafter he sent another conquistador, Pedro Alvarado, to subjugate Guatemala and the Yucatan Peninsula, and he managed to fight the people here and subjugate most of them, except for the Itza. The Itza remained an isolated group here in Lake Peten, and this was their capital, and they remained that way all the way up until 1697. And somewhere here, where this square is now, would have been the last of the Mayan rituals on top of a pyramid in 1697, when New York City was already 70 years old. But eventually the Itza people were conquered as well, and this also fell under Spanish control. So what happened to the pyramid? Well, they said there were 11 temples. This was the largest. It would have been estimated to be about 9 meters tall, which is kind of short for a pyramid, but still a rather large structure. That's 30 feet about. It's possible that they dismantled it to build some of these buildings. I'm not sure how old these are. There's the church, of course, and the government houses. It would have been a great effort, though, and there's no record of that ever taking place. And as you can see, it's got Mayan hieroglyphics on it. May have been one of the last ones carved, though I haven't been able to find information about how old they are or what they say. My Mayan's not really good enough to read it. It's very difficult to make out, but I think I see a head, a headdress, and a human figure, something wrapping around here. This sign is missing, but it would have said NOJ PETEN with an N at the beginning, and that was the name of this city before it was called Flores. NOJ meaning in the Mayan language the big island, and Peten meaning the lake, the big island in the lake. And it's because that it was on an island that it was so difficult for the Spanish to conquer. Eventually they managed to build some attack ships and attacked with cannon. By then the island had been fortified by the Maya, but it wasn't enough. Here's one more carving. Here's the last carving. Here you can see that on the top there's one figure wearing what looks like a headdress, perhaps of a jaguar. Another figure below, another one over here, and another one up top that looks to me more like a bird, though it's kind of hard to make out. And then here in the center we have, I see a nose, and then these two lines indicating the breath exiting the mouth, an elaborate headdress. And they did some excavations here, and they found in this spot evidence of people living in the late, early to middle pre-classic period, like 900 BC, which would be one of the oldest sites in Mayan civilization, actually. So it seems that they built it on top of an important old place. It would have been in ruins already for 1,000, if not 2,000 years. by the time that the Itza people settled here. And as you walk around the plaza, you notice that there are a lot of steps around. Now that could just be because it's in a hill, but here you also see what looks like a very old little bit of construction on this corner. Maybe some stones over here. I'm going to walk around there and see what we can find. Gato. Gato looks hungry. I'll bring some food for it later, if I remember. Okay, have some restaurant. Coconut. Garbage. Aha! Here is a staircase. Now it's difficult to tell how old this is. The steps themselves look pretty recent. But we head over here, and over here, you can see that there's some stone wall here. It looks like it could be very old. Here as well, here as well, and over there I see some stones sticking out of the earth, and it looks like this whole area hasn't been excavated, at least anytime recently. And here as well we have steps. And these steps are interesting because they clearly don't serve any purpose. They just lead to a dead end. Now I'm on the north side of the island. That's where it was said that the main staircase for the temple was. Here you can see I'm on the north side. There's the peninsula on the northern shore of Flores. And here would have been the grand staircase of the pyramid. And in fact, we do have some steps. Now descending these steps, you can see that there's some old stone here and here as well. It's hard to say how old it is, but it's I see large blocks of stone that are partially covered in cement, and other large stones down there, and that definitely looks like it hasn't been excavated anytime recently. The other sides of this plaza, they follow sort of a natural incline, but this one is really steep and is more in line with what you would expect from a pyramid. In fact, these steps are very similar to very large pyramidal steps. It's even difficult to step down to the next one. And then of course we have this great building that looks very old, judging just by the thickness of the walls. It was built out of very large stone, so this could be partial reuse of the pyramid. This church looks a bit more modern and has thinner walls. And this is called, it says on that sign, Castillo de Arzmendi. And when the Spanish conquered a place, they'd usually build on top where the most holy site was, either a castle or a church. And here it seems we have both. So if the pyramid still exists, it could be under that square. Going around to the back of the Castillo, over there are those steps. Kind of unclear if there's anything here. And now walking back from the other side where that Castillo is, I'm going now to the south side. And here are more steps. Here's a basketball court that sort of interrupts it. And here are more steps. And so this is actually a series of terraces. It's hard to tell how old it is. If this was a pyramid, it would have been a grand one. Perhaps it was more of a terrace than a pyramid. Perhaps this is some part of the foundation of the pyramid that is still remaining here. It's hard to say. But that's it from NOJ Peten in Itza, the capital, the last capital of the independent, unconquered Maya, here in the middle of the Guatemalan Peten Basin on the island of Flores. Clearly there are no shortage of rocks around here, even quite large ones. And another thing that's interesting to note is that I don't think it's well known how old all of these buildings are, since this place was continually inhabited since about 1,000 years since the Itza people moved here, 900 years. And some of these buildings could be very old, and you can see that there's stone foundations under this paint, and here as well that looks very straight, but this is very, very crooked and rough. And even in a building I was in yesterday, I saw that they had a wall, at least one wall, that was built in the traditional Mayan style, which is made out of sticks that are about 1 or 2 inches in diameter, lined up and then covered in mud, I guess. The rest of the walls in that building were modern, normal walls, and that was a sort of a strange outlier, and perhaps a very old wall that they built the rest of the building around. But since the streets here are said to follow the original pattern of the original Itza Mayan city, it's very well possible that there are more walls and foundations and other remains of that ancient Mayan city just hidden just out of sight, all around you, all around me. Here you can see there's a much older foundation than this building, and these bricks are already pretty old. Now I just wanted to add something to what I said before. In 1525, Hernan Cortez came here as he was passing through on his way to Honduras to put down a rebellious governor. And he came to this island and visited the capital, the last capital of the Maya. And he left them a cross. They were so impressed, they said they would abandon their idols and start worshiping the cross. He was very pleased with that. But he also left a horse here, and it was a sick horse. He couldn't take it with him on the rest of his expedition, so he left it here. And as soon as he left, it was the first horse they had seen, and they began to worship it like a god, and they started feeding it birds and meat and flowers. And the horse soon died, but they built statues, and later missionaries, some 100 years later in the early 1600s, they came here and they saw that they were worshiping the bones of this horse and statues of this horse, and supposedly those are now at the bottom of the lake. But later on, when the Spanish finally conquered this place in 1697, they conquered it in February, late February, and they began building this castillo in early March, and they're already finished by May. So whatever platform this castillo is on must have been there, because they couldn't have demolished everything and taken it apart and put it back together in just 2 months. So this castillo may even be built using some of the walls of the original temple. As you can see, it has kind of a Mayan design. So it's either built out of the stones of the temple, but it actually might have some of the original walls of the temple. There's some kind of storm coming, so I'm gonna call it quits for this video. Wow, I just heard a lightning strike so close to me. I could hear the electricity ripping through the air, and immediately after this really loud boom. So I think I'm gonna hide inside for a little while. So today I decided I'm going to try to get to a museum and see some Mayan artifacts, but they don't make it easy. There are two museums here, and both are only accessible by boat. So I'm going to try to get over there to San Miguel and visit the, I believe it's called the Mundo Maya Museum. On the boat to San Miguel. Hello from San Miguel. I'm just over the island from Flores. That boat ride took about 2 minutes. The other day I was telling the story about the horse of Hernan Cortez, which he left here in 1525, I believe, and it was worshipped as an idol by the Maya, who made statues of it, and later on the statues were dumped by the Spanish into the lake. And here you have a statue of them making a statue of it. You can see this guy is carving, and there's some writing there in Mayan hieroglyphics. And on the other side, there's a little memorial to the horse, because the horse died here. So, as you can see, the Spanish were not successful in stopping the Mayans from making statues of this horse, and even though they dumped them into the lake, they just made another one. Mayan ball game. Looks like the museum's up there. As I said, they don't make it easy to get there. The local church. There's not a lot up here. It's a local school. Hey, puppy. Hey. Oh, you're adorable. Okay, bye-bye. I find it difficult to believe there's a museum at the end of this road. A lot of stray dogs and chicken. I don't know if you can see, but behind me there's a guy walking with a donkey, carrying a bunch of stuff on it. I almost walked right past this, but this is a suspiciously square mound of earth. I think that's a pyramid. Another trail that goes into the woods. I think I'll stay out of there. Now I'm going to venture a guess that this museum is not frequently visited. Well, I'll be damned. There's a gate there that's locked. This door's open. Museum parking lot is completely empty except for one little motorbike, which I guess belongs to the security guard. He made me put on a mask, even though there's nobody else here. There's a bunch of lizards around me all the time, and they're very difficult to film because they are so fast. But all of a sudden something will move. For instance, just now in the parking lot I saw an iguana, I believe, crawled into a little hole. Very large. It's a pretty big museum. And this one has some hieroglyphics on it. have a favorite mug that you like to use for coffee all the time? Well, the Mayans have that too. There's often featured portraits of the person and writing going around the rim, which would have some sort of personal message from them, or speak about what they like to drink. Often it was cacao was their favorite drink. This one, like many others, is from Tayazal, which is just in the woods over there. There's the bird. Nearly every window here has some kind of wasp's nest. Not sure if it's everyone, but yeah, looks like. Oh, no, not the last one. Hey, dog. There we have some shacks. Here's another very large mound. This entire area should have been the old city of Tayasal, so this is probably a pyramid. This kid just came up to me and sold me a coconut. I thought he would open it or something, but nope. Notice that there's not many soccer fields out here, but there's always a lot of basketball courts. I spoke too soon. Here's a soccer field. It's quite large. You have to deforest a large area. I think that's why they stick to basketball. Okay, so I'm here. So if I go like that, there's two pyramids. Over there is the Grand Plaza and Acropolis, and then the Mirador Khan Ek. Let's see what those look like in real life. Stray pig. Hey, buddy. I suppose I'm supposed to go along this road into the jungle where those people are coming from. Alright, well, here we have at the bottom a Mayan altar. You can see that things were burned there. It's in a circle, and that's where people bring offerings. And this is a pyramid from here to there. Let's see, how much would I estimate that to be? About 20 meters at least, maybe more. And the hill continues over there. Over here you can see that there's some rocks as well. And this is, I think, one of the two twin pyramids. I'm not sure how old this road is, if it's an original Sakbe Mayan road. You can see that there's a straight line of rocks here. Also probably related to the Mayans. And there's some remnants of pavement here and there. Now, if it's a twin pyramid, should be a second one somewhere nearby. I think this might be it, but you can't really see much. I don't think it's possible to pick it up on the camera, but there's just this incessant drone of millions of insects coming from the forest. Okay, I'm going to skip the Acropolis because it looks like there's no path that leads up to it, and you can't really see more than a couple of feet into this jungle. There's another big hill over there
probably won't be picked up on the camera, but that one's also, it's maybe the second pyramid, hard to say. And the Acropolis should be huge, but yeah, the Acropolis is probably enormous. It looked enormous on the map, but I probably wouldn't be able to make out much more than basic shape, and you, the viewer, probably even less. But you can see there's lots of lots of other mounds as well. And this one also has an altar in front of it that's been recently used, and here as well. And here you can see some structures, I think, as well. Now this one is definitely a pyramid. You can make out the shape very clearly. It's very symmetrical. But until it's excavated, there's not much to see. I'm very close to the island of Flores. In fact, I can see it through the trees over there. And they're thinking about excavating this site because, look, there's a bunch of pyramids here. Why wouldn't they? Over there's something interesting. Yeah, this is a sock bay. You can see the original outline of the Mayan road. And the pavement. Let's see what's over here. Some kind of, looks like some kind of construction. There's lots of stones here, all in a pile. All right. Is this the Mirador? The famous Mirador? Of Tayazal. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a pyramid. No doubt about that. Wonder what was up here. Now you can see remains of a room, it looks like. I think this is a building, and these are collapsed walls. See some building stones. But I think the Mirador might still be over there, because I can't see anything from here. It looks like on this side it collapsed, and there's a pile of rock that used to be in place there, or partially excavated. A lot of this was excavated by, partially excavated and then reburied, or at least not excavated but LiDAR scanned by the University of Pennsylvania. Okay, what do we have here? Difficult to make out. Over there, some more buildings. See, there's steps leading up there. Here's something as well. All kinds of piles of mounds. And here, a stela. It looks like a very large face there. But once again, very eroded and difficult to make out. Let's continue on the trail. Over here you can very clearly see that it's a building and not just a hill.
These are all rocks which collapsed from up there. This rock looks, might be partially carved down there, though it's hard to say. Could just be erosion. The ants cut these trails and they carry all the debris and everything that's in their way and eat it. So they make these little ant paths. It's very clearly another structure, but once again, not really accessible. Two more structures. That one's a bit hard to see, but it goes up like this and then back down on the other side. And there's some chicken coops on it right now. Built a castle out here. Looks like they're building another room on top. This is already a 4-story tall building. There's a restaurant down there. Over there's the island of Flores. There you can see the church where the main temple of Flores would have been. Would have also stuck out, just like the church. Very old truck. This is another at least 20-meter tall mound. And this is the pyramid. Sign hasn't been updated in a while. Ministry of Culture and Sports has a trailer here. You can picnic here. And up there, oh wow. First of all, here's ruins already. Looks like this is a square remnants of a building. Almost made it. Oh, what the hell. Okay. So this massive platform has another pyramid on top of it. But this is a huge pyramidal platform that I'm standing on. Another building over there. All of this is on top of a pyramid, and that includes this other pyramid. Oh, come on. Well, this is definitely a pyramid. Here you can see even some of the original floor left of a building, and here another step, different from the one I'm on. Very eroded. There's some steps, but those are new. And it's in total ruins. Now there's one more set of steps to climb. Okay, this one's not for people with a fear of heights. Wow. Now, there's the island. That's where they were extracting minerals near the cave where I was. And on this island there's another museum, but it's hard to get there. Maybe I'll do that another day. For now I have to rush back to a laundromat that's somewhere over there. before they close. Over there are the Acropolis and the other mounds of the city. And here, this main pyramid goes all the way down there, and then all the way down to the coast. It's quite an exhausting trek, I have to say, especially in this heat. If you're going to do it, you can see that this is a sunset-oriented pyramid, probably to do with the dead, since it's in the west of this peninsula. It's best to do it in the morning when the sun's over there and you'll have some shade, not in the afternoon like I did. Okay, let's get out of this crazy platform. What is shocking to me is that this site hasn't been excavated, because this pyramid is enormous. It's bigger and a more interesting shape than many of the ones I saw yesterday. Now, I'm not sure if this is the one built by the Itza people when they were chased from Chichen Itza, or if it's older. But it's certainly very interesting, and right next to the tourist trap of Guatemala, so they would get a lot of visitors if they dug it up. Not sure why they haven't. Though I heard from my guide yesterday that they're planning on it. Just to the east of El Mirador, there seems to be another mound across from this truck. I think if I go down this road, it will take me down to the shore. Hello, chickens. That's a good view too. Hola.
¿Qué tal?
I'm here with this guy.
20 años en el Parque Nacional Tikal.
This guy excavated Tikal for 20 years. Wow.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Usted.
Oh, the dog is joining us. Carlos took me down to the boat, and now I'm heading back to Flores before the laundromat closes. Well, Carlos is a part Mayan guy. Said his family is from San Jose. That's Itza, classic Itza Maya. And his ancestors not only built this pyramid, but he himself personally worked on excavating the one in Tikal for more than 20 years. It's great to see that people are so interested in their own culture. Alright, so I landed somewhere over there, and I went up that hill over to the museum past that radio antenna somewhere over there, and I went back here, and over here somewhere the twin pyramids and the Acropolis somewhere back there, and then I walked all the way over there, and you can see, if I zoom in, that one tree that's sticking out, that's the one that the platform on top of the Mirador is built on top of. You can see it's quite far off the surface. There's a 3-story building there for comparison. You can see that's at least 8 or 9 stories tall in total. It's built on a hill, but the pyramid itself is enormous. And if they excavated it, it would be quite a magnificent sight, especially from the hill here in Flores. Okay, well, I'm going to cool off in this breeze and get something to eat. Pick up my laundry before the laundromat closes. ¿Qué es el nombre?
¿Ah?
¿Qué es el nombre de este?
Cocote.
Acojote?
Cocote tronador.
Okay. Okay, gracias. I have no idea what those were. I think he said aquahoche. Looks kind of like a plum, but green and red. And I bought a bushel or a bunch or whatever. I'm here in front of this jaguar statue that dates back to the terminal pre-classic period. I'm just kidding, it's a decoration in front of a Burger King.
You have to watch out for replica statues. Usually when they're all in a line like this outside of a shopping mall, that's a giveaway that they're not authentic. This is pretty cool though. This is part of the Mayan calendar. I think it's the 20-day week cycle. There's a mosaic here at the entrance to this mall. I decided to save some cash by going to the grocery store, and I got eggs, bananas, which, if you know anything about the history of Guatemala, are ridiculously cheap. This is green onion, I think this is Thai basil, parsley, some oranges, an avocado, cream. I think this is a chayote, but I've never seen one like this before. It's very thick. It was next to the squashes. Red onion, yuca, zucchini, cucumber, plantains, also very cheap, passion fruit, number 6150. I don't know what these are. I think these are tomatillos. A dried chili, some beans, some olive oil, some yogurt, apple flavor, papaya. Down here we have some wheat tortillas, some butter imported from France. There was a surprising number of things imported from France, including apples, pasta, cheese, instant noodles, milk, instant pasta for if I'm feeling too tired to cook, chili, salt, peppers, some beef, fresh peas, chicken, and I think the eggs came first. And all of that together was 320 quetzales, which is about $50 US. All right, I got some chicken going in there on the olive oil. I'm chopping up the chayote. Very sticky and slimy. I believe I forgot to mention the tea. Now this is really a coffee country, and in fact was colonized by the Germans in the early 20th century to export coffee to Germany, but they also grow tea here. And here they say the benefits of tea: reanimates and augments your energy, strengthens your brain, fights cholesterol and diabetes and gastritis, and helps with digestion and circulation. And I suppose that's all true because it contains caffeine. But it is just Té Negro, Camellia sinensis. Okay, I'm going to dump that in there. Add some water. Now I have a limited amount of water. I filled this thing before I went to the supermarket, and it's pretty much a ceramic pot in a bucket, and it filters the water. It's called an eco filter from the company Eco Filtro, and pretty much you pour water in there, and the microorganisms in the water, which cause infection, get filtered through this carbon. Interestingly, this is also, on a smaller scale, one of the ways that the Mayans used to filter their drinking water in their cities in ancient times. But there's a problem that it makes 2 liters an hour. So theoretically I should have 2 liters ready, but I think there's just not a lot in the bucket, and so it's not really giving much pressure. It's kind of a trickle. So I'll set that down and wait for that to fill up. Okay.
looking more like a soup. This one's almost boiling, that's good. This water is to rehydrate these chile guaque. And normally you take out the seeds, but I'm feeling spicy, so I'll leave them in. Even though it's not boiling yet, I think it'll already start rehydrating like this. Let's see what I have left here. I think I'll use this yucca root. Now, yucca is a great source of potassium, vitamin C, and cyanide. But the cyanide's only in the outer bark, so you have to peel that off. It's waxy anyway, you wouldn't want to eat it. Okay, so it should be white on the inside like this. If it looks like this, that's not good. You want to cut that off. That was at the very end of this piece. Now, a lot of people mess this up, but remember, you want to add the part that does not contain the cyanide. That's looking rehydrated. Oh shit. Well, I am going to pour the liquid from there into here. And then I'm going to chop up these peppers. Oh shit. Oh shit. Alright, that's all chopped up. There weren't that many seeds in it. After all, I separated it, but I might just throw them in for fun. Okay. What else can we throw in there? How about a zucchini? Now that's coming along quite nicely. It's not even boiling yet. Actually, forget the zucchini. I'm going to go with the green onions. Wow, those are so fragrant, so oniony, for lack of a better word. Now I just want to eat it raw, but I'm a bit afraid of the bacteria that are living on there, so I think I'm going to boil it a bit, but I'm going to wait till the rest of this is boiled down. Ah, now I remember, chayote has a caustic chemical. I've burned off the tips of my finger with it. I have no fingerprints. Well, that sucks. The chicken actually has dark meat, which you don't really see anymore. In a lot of countries, they use chickens where this doesn't really exist so much. But it's very dark. It's been cooking for like an hour, so it's fully cooked. It's just dark. Okay, now it's a boneless soup. I'm waiting for that to start boiling again. I chopped up some parsley, and that'll be the final ingredient. Besides some salt, of course. And there it is, Guatemalan soup. Now, I just had to spray the table down because it was covered in ants. I think they were eating the parsley that was lying here a second ago. And I sprayed it down with some DEET, and then wiped it down for my own safety. They were coming like this from the window. Now you may ask, why don't I just close the window? Well, the window is broken. I cannot close the window. This soup is piping hot. Let's give it a taste. There was a bone in it, in that bite. Chicken has a very strong flavor. Not bad. This chayote, no, wait. Where's the chayote? This chayote is fully cooked, but it's still got quite some bite to it. and it has a nice taste that's different from. It's kind of like a potato, but maybe mixed with an apple. It's a bit acidic, as I noticed earlier, and it's flavorful. Overall, the soup is good. Can use some chili. All right. Well, this chili that's in here, the rehydrated one, has a totally different flavor than this ground chili, which is much more smoky. And the chicken, because it's so flavorful, has a bit of an earthy taste, almost very mineral rich, almost like liver, and it gives that taste to the soup. But it's balanced out by the smoky, earthy taste of the chili powder. 15% DEET and repels mosquitoes. Well, it repelled the ants too, but I'm feeling bad that I repelled the ants. On the one hand, I don't feel bad. On the other hand, we have to remember that by biomass, ants are by far the largest animal on this planet Earth. And we pretty much live on the ant planet. We're guests in their world. But they're quite annoying, and I don't want them in my soup, so I don't really feel that bad. I'm thinking back on the zucchini, and I think it would have given this nice soft texture to the soup. Right now, one of the problems is that the yuca and the chayote together both have a very hard texture, and that can be solved with either the zucchini or maybe the avocado. I might add some of that in when I eat this again tomorrow. Now you may be saying to yourself, why would you make soup in a very warm, humid place? Doesn't the soup just make you feel warmer and hotter? And yes, of course it does, especially initially. Resting the phone on a zucchini, slightly rolling. But I say to you, if you're asking that question, that kind of question about soup, then you just don't get it, do you? Let's try a banana. Let's try a banana and the zucchini in the front. All right, so if we look at the etymology of the word restaurant in the original French, we find that a restaurant was originally not referring to an establishment, type of place where food was served, but referring to the food which was served there. And the food that was served there was soup. And it was marketed in this way as something which restores you. It is a restaurant, you might say in English. And that is the French equivalent was restaurant, something which revitalizes you and gives you power and makes you ready and recharged and ready to face another day. And that's why soup is really underrated and very valuable, especially in a place where water quality is not reliable. Boiling it and boiling all the ingredients that are put into it works as a way to disinfect and kill bacteria. That's quite important. And so soup rules. If you don't like soup, fuck you.
Well, I'm here in Actun. It is perfect to promote the exploration of caves and caverns possessing a mystical religious importance for the Mayans, who during certain times of the year come to perform rites or celebrations. The name means the Rock of the Serpent was discovered by a group of workers who were in search of materials for construction. At the time of the extraction in the chain of hills, caves were found, today named as Actun. Its main attraction is the stalagmites and stalactites. Oh. Okay, well, I am, as usual, the only one here. Oh my god. I'll make fires. Okay. 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 Okay, this is quite horrifying already. You can see there's steps carved here. Uh-huh. Oh my god. I'm not sure why I agreed to do this. I mean, I didn't agree with anyone. I just... Oh shit. This is horrifying. This is a sacred cave. But in fact, all caves were sacred to the Maya and to all... Wow. I'm gonna wear a face mask because I have no idea what microbial life lives down here, and hopefully there's nothing more than microbes. Okay, left my N95 at home. What the fuck was that? Wow, it's like the head of an elephant. Okay. Okay, one step at a time. Now, as I was saying, so dark in here. All caves are sacred to the Mayans. Get more light on this thing. Yeah. Okay, that's a little bit better. Slippery in here as well. Now, all caves are
are sacred to the Mayans and to all Mesoamericans. Because, according to them, they originated in caves. All life originated in caves. And the sun and the moon were born in caves. And people as well. Mesoamerican people believe they came from, oh, there's a bat. They came from a place called, oh jeez, the land of 7 caves, Aztlan. And the Aztecs trace their origin from there. Now the great Mayan scholar who deciphered Mayan alphabet, he believed that this place, the land of 7 caves, was in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And there they have these caves on the sides of cliffs, and they built those cliff dwellings there. And here's some more. Oh my God. It's very slippery. Okay. The mask really inhibits my breathing in this low oxygen environment. Another bat, look at that. Okay. Interesting little holes over there. Oh. This is a big room. Now, the caves are important not only because, oh no, I lost the root. Caves are important not only because that's where the Mesoamerican people are thought to have come from, but because it's where they performed rituals. As you can see by this hand paintings here, people leaving their mark to show that they were here. Their hands smaller than mine. Perhaps children, as it was recently found in a cave somewhere in, oh my God, somewhere in Europe they found a cave in, I think Spain, and they determined that it was mostly children that were involved by the handprints. I don't know if you can even see how big this room is, but it's massive, absolutely massive. There's like caved in wall over there. There's another bat. So they would perform rituals here because it is an important place in Mesoamerican mythology. And the Popol Vuh, which was written down by the Itza Mayans, the ancient Mayan mythology, a lot of it takes place underground in a place called Xibalba, which means the underworld. And the great hero twins who create humanity go down into the cave, and there they meet the lords of the underworld, the 9 lords of Xibalba. What was that? And the lords of Xibalba are tricksters. They trick them when they come down there. Do all kinds of practical jokes, like make them sit on a hot stone. Oh my God, what is that? Oh jeez. It's a plant. Thought it was a snake. Oh God. And the underworld is important. Not only because it features in the creation myth, but it also symbolized fertility and the womb from which humanity emerged. La Virgen de la Gruta. Oh, shit. In ancient times, they used to crown kings, initiate priests, and do all kinds of other things down here. And when they built the pyramids, often they were built in such a way as to emulate caves. They would contain tombs. And in those tombs, which is sort of like a cave, it's where the kings would be buried, where they came from, and where they ended up. Now, this one only has modern painting on it, it seems. There are many caves around here. This one was discovered in the 1920s. But there are many more. Nearby. Wow. Cupola. That's impressive. The cenotes are also caves. Some of them connect to complex networks of caves like this. because the Yucatan is mostly limestone, and it's easy for it to be eaten away by water and to form these caves. So there are quite a lot of them. Now this one in particular goes through to the other side of a series of mountains. It could actually be used to shorten travel time. A commuter cave. Okay. Now the cave goes on past this point for quite a distance. And there's all kinds of cool stuff back there. But it's so long, it's several kilometers long. Here's the secret route of San Benito. To go further than here, you need a guide, because you have to not only crawl through that little hole, but you have to squeeze through all kinds of other narrow passageways, which I am not even going to think about attempting to undertake, as this is quite scary enough already. Now it's somewhat unusual that they just let you wander in here alone. I took my own headlamp with me. The one they had was pretty weak, so I'm glad I took this one, otherwise it would be impossible to film anything in here. At least it's warm for a cave. Caves are usually cold. Now, all of these speleothems, such as stalactites and stalagmites, were also held sacred by the Maya. They were thought to be alive, and some of them, in fact, really look like living things, like animals. This one looks like a snake. And the Mayans considered them to be alive. They'd bring offerings to them and pray to them. Okay. As far back, there's not a lot of air. Huh. This is a dead end. I thought I was following the sign. I don't have to go through there, do I? Okay, well, I'll go back this way. It smells strange down here. This is all mountains of shit, of bat guano that I'm stepping over, I believe. Okay. Okay. How am I going to get down there? Oh my God.
see it's just a mountain of poop. Okay. What was that sound? Okay. Let's get out of here. You can imagine that when the Mayans were here, they were navigating this by torchlight, and that causes strange effects because of the flickering of the light. They didn't have the steady, smooth light. Thought I heard something, but it was just my own echo. Okay. So some of these forms, these speleothems, that the Mayans would find here, they would take out of the cave, and they would bring them home and worship them. Ah, bat. Okay. Oh, there's more bats. Oh, there's a lot of bats. Oh. I suppose that makes sense. Hopefully no vampire bats. Although all bats are pretty dangerous if you consider that they're filled with viruses. I'm trying my best to hurry out of here, because this place gives me the creeps. But at the same time, I have to be careful. Look where I'm going. Make sure not to slip. The rain god, Chuck. Now the most bats are here by the entrance. Now that seems to be archaeological steps. It's interesting. Probably there was an altar there. Okay. Hands are sweaty, a little shaky. But I made it out. And now I can say that I've been to the Mayan underworld in the jungles of Guatemala. Sort of took a mini shower in alcoholic disinfectant gel. I thought there might be a tuk-tuk waiting for me, but there was not. It looks like I have to huff it back to civilization by myself through the Guatemalan countryside. It's another cave. I'm here in Yaxha with my friend the tarantula.
This is plastic tarantula. Just watching. I have the control in my fingers. You know. No. Si fuera venenosa no lo estuviera cogiendo, no lo estuviera
That thing
tocando.
is enormous.
No. That was almost is small.
Small?
Yes, we have
Wow.
more bigger. That is female. The male is more bigger.
Are they poisonous?
No.
How peaceful it must be here for them. Paradise.
I am here today in Yaxha, which is a city that was originally constructed 600 BC, and behind me this North Acropolis, a lot of that was already there, although all around me there are hundreds of other structures, 600 in total, and it was inhabited from the pre-classic through the classic period, and very interestingly into the terminal classic period. That's a time when Mayan society was collapsing all over the place. See another enormous pyramid over there. They're all over the place, but most are unexcavated. So in the terminal classic, all of society was collapsing, except for here. People came from those collapsing cities and ended up settling here. And one of the reasons why is that we're next to a lake, like Yaxha. In that lake there's an island with more pyramids. Nearby are the cities of Nakum and Naranjo. Naranjo is even bigger. Here there are 600 buildings, and that's this is one of the twin pyramids. There's another one just like it nearby. Another structure there. Many more. Actually, I think in front of me you can't really see through the trees, but it's a giant pyramid over there, and I believe that's the sacrificial one. As I was saying, here there are 600 structures, but in Naranjo there are 2,000. This is the second pyramid of the twin pyramids. The first one being over there. Not excavated. An original Sakbe, the White Way. An original Mayan road. All still preserved and in very good shape. Wall. I was debating whether or not to get a guide, and I'm glad I did, even though usually I like to explore these sites alone, but these cities are just so massive. We've been walking for almost 4 hours and we haven't crossed the same place twice. Lots of monkeys up here. There's a pyramid here. Oh, there's a monkey. It's a spider monkey. This would have been a government building. You can see that there's some of the original wood there. There's some murals in there, but you're not allowed to go up there. Now down there is Lake Yaxha, and this would have been the main entrance up here. You can see some of the original stones. Well, it's a long way to the bottom,
And then there's another pyramid over there that's even taller than this one. It's hard to see. One over there. Now this is the small one. The city is quite massive. It's the third largest one in Guatemala, and most of it's unexcavated. 90% of it's unexcavated. So you can see this pyramid is also unexcavated. So it takes quite a lot of time to get up and down one. It's the rainy season, and luckily somehow it hasn't rained yet today, though I felt a few drops when I was on top of the pyramid. It's a bedroom. Also a bed stone platform. Over there as well, and down here. So we had 4 rooms. Now here food would be prepared in an oven there, and then eaten here.
Another one is so far, but this is the last one for enjoy the sunset view. That's it. That one is my favorite. Can we climb that one, guys? But before we need to go another one.
The western side of a plaza on top of a pyramid. And over there you can see the eastern one, which is symbolic of the sun rising and life, birth, and this one being symbolic of death. And this would have been a temple space up here, a bit small. Now you can notice that here in the back, it's a very steep drop. Pyramids are designed in a way that when you're on top of them, when you look down, you don't even see that they're stairs. They're very steep stairs. And here's a interesting architectural form on the side. Looks like there may have been something carved or painted there before. This is the Temple of Death. Over there is the Temple of Life, and one for the third world, the one that we inhabit.
So is it blocked or they climb up?
No, it's down.
It's down. Oh.
Wow.
Vean esos túneles que quedan pequeños pedazos de evidencia. Esto es para abajo del cementerio.
I'm here on top of the North Acropolis. This entire platform is built up. You can see that it's raised above the floor. See that that's the normal ground down there. And then a bunch of steps up here. And then here on top of the Acropolis we have all of these buildings. Some people for scale. You can see a human being over there. That would have been a residence, I believe. And here, temples. On top of this, we have a strange... Yeah. This is a C-shaped structure. It's very unique in Mayan architecture. It's here and in a couple of other sites, but they're not sure what the purpose was and what the origin was. Above the trees, there's another pyramid. You see it? Yeah. Over there.
gonna climb on that one next, I think. Looks like we got lucky with the weather.
Feels very sturdy.
You can see for miles and miles and miles. And probably when all the trees were cut down, if there were other cities kind of near here, you could see those as well.
Yeah.
Well, I just went down from that pyramid and climbed up this one. 3 pyramids usually means the 3 realms. And I believe I am on the one. No, maybe it's an E group. No, because there's no pyramid over there. Anyway, you can see the nice round shape of the walls that have been excavated. It's reminiscent of Uxmal, and in fact many other pyramid sites had these rounded walls. It's a lot harder to make, especially to make it even like this. But they were quite good at construction and mathematics. I think that might be Quetzal. Now, all of the pyramids would have had roofs like that on top of the temples, so they would have been even taller. In a lot of temple sites, when the temple on top was made of stone, it would have a stone roof like that, often with an image carved out of stucco. And that structure is called a comb, like a coxcomb. Here you can see the older temple underneath that's been excavated, and this all built on top 52 years afterwards. And the original stucco preserved there, although it would have been there as well and on many other structures.
¿Logras identificarlos? ¿Con tanto verlos a ellos? ¿Los identificas? ¿No son pareja? Son parejas. Este es el macho, mira. Sí, este allá enfrente. Ajá. Y la hembra es más marrón. El macho siempre va a ser más negro.
So I'm here on top of one of the tallest pyramids at this site. There's an amazing view here.
I don't know if you can see a little bit in the end of this lake to the left side. I don't know if you see a little bit.
The white part?
The lagoon.
Yeah.
It's another lagoon.
Oh.
It's another lake. Continued
Yeah.
over that direction is Flores.
Oh, okay.
The same now for the religious people. The temple is here.
Originally, all of the pyramids would have been covered in red paint. This is some kind of lichen or oxidation or something. But this one looks like nature is making it red again. There's a monkey over there and it just sneezed at me. It's picking some kind of fruit off this tree. Here's a temple on top of this pyramid. Here you can see there are
post holes that would have been used to support wooden beams when this was being constructed. This all would have been covered in stucco. You can see straight through this one. All around here are Mayan sites. I believe that is one. Over here, there's one on this island. It's a post-classical site, one of the last sites of the Maya. Over here is El Tumbo. It's another unexcavated city. And finally, there's another one over there in that hill. Down below is an altar used for ceremonies to this day. And there's a palace, or what's left of it. There's a typical Mayan arch. You can see there's still stucco in this room. There would have been another here. Here would have been more roof. And that would have been the inner chamber. Fox. Oh. That is Tlaloc.
This is the original, that's the copy.
That's Tlaloc or Chak, the rain god. This is the original monolith.
And this whole thing is pyramid.
It's another day. Going to try to make it over to that island. Okay, so I made it to the island, and now I'm in this beautiful collection of Mayan artifacts. There's a very nice little old lady who just left me alone with all of this stuff, and everything here is authentic except for a couple of pieces, and that is, she said, these ones in the back row are copies of some other artifacts, and over here as well, everything in this case is a copy. But besides that, everything here is authentic and was excavated from different places. And this one, she told me, is from Yaxha, where I was the other day. And you can see that there's a bunch of Mayan glyphs on here. I think I recognize this one. It's talking about the Actun. So this is already, I can tell this is some kind of date, though it's a bit difficult to make out. Now these are all lithics. Some of them look like they're obsidian, and the rest are also some sort of volcanic rock. And you can see that these are the ones that were made to demonstrate, here are the obsidian ones. They were made to demonstrate the skill of the person carving it. And these are all very difficult to make. And the ones in the middle look like they were made by a single strike of a blade. I'm not sure if that's true, they just look like that. And here as well, these would have been more like axes or serrated knives. And here are a bunch of carved figures. Okay, well, I'll start out with the coolest thing, which is this head, which was found in the city of Dolores. And it looks like there's some skull cranial deformation going on. You can see that the back of the head seems to have been pressed up. It's not the normal skull shape you might expect from a human skull. And I think these things were found together with the skull, but there was no body found together with the skull. Here we have spear points, and here are very large spear points. So I kept trying to get to this island already for a few days, and every time I tried, the people on the boats, they wanted to charge me 150 quetzales, which is like almost $20, or more than $20, to come here, and that's ridiculous because it's a short journey. But I finally made friends with this one guy at a bar, and afterwards I went with him. I asked if he could help me at the dock because he agreed that this price was ridiculous, and I went with him to the dock, and he asked the boatman how much it would cost, and he only said 25. But when we got to the island, I tried to pay it with 100, and he said he didn't have enough change for me, but he gave me everything in his pocket, which was 65. He owed me 75. So that's not bad. 10 quetzales is about $1 that I lost on that transaction. Normally there's someone with a boat working on this island who will bring you back, but today they have the day off, so I have no idea how I'm going to return. Now if we look over here, we'll see there's some more lithics that are carved just for show, and there in the middle is a skull. Here we have a conch shell, which was important for Mayan rituals, but it had to be imported all the way from the coast, which is quite far away from here. Here we have all kinds of various figures. One in the middle has a twin head, which is representative, I assume, of the hero twins from the Popol Vuh. Moving along, here we have some sort of ball. I don't know what that ball would be used for. Could be perhaps that it was coated in rubber and used for the traditional Mayan ball game. And here we have some other, this looks like axes made of a hard stone. Various other tools. One of them is very elaborately decorated. Machadores de pedra para elaborar papel amate. Well, these are stones that were used for the creation of Mayan paper. The Mayans had paper and they had books. Almost all of them were destroyed by the Spanish conquistadors and the Inquisition, but they would have been like this. This is a copy of one of the 4 remaining Mayan books, and you can see that it's made out of paper and it's folded together in this way to create many pages, not in the way that we're used to, but still pages. This is shaped like a scorpion. These are also things that are used for producing books. You can see here there's some pigment, and this is an inkwell. Up here we have various cups and bowls, and here as well. This one is with a snake in it. This one has a hole that's drilled through the middle, and they would do that when something had reached the end of its use, and all the paint had been worn out and was decided that it was too old to continue using. But even each bowl and pot was considered to have some sort of power, some sort of spirit, and by drilling in a hole in it, you would ritualistically kill the plate, and that would signify its death. It's no longer functional as an object, and also the spirit of the object dies when you do that. Over here we have some various bowls. This one seems to be an urn. This one has a face on it, though I can't tell you much more. This is in amazing condition. I find it hard to believe that this is real, but she said it was, and it's cracked. I guess there's some sort of glaze on this, because normally they look like this, or more like this. Here's another one of those 4-footed bowls. I don't know what those are for. This has some hieroglyphics on it, and so on, and so on. This is a copy of something in Piedras Negras, a giant archaeological site, and this is, the original is very large, and here's a copy like a few times larger than my hand. This as well as a copy. This is a stone from Tikal. And this is, on this island, besides the museum, there's also a radio antenna. And this is a picture of the husband of the woman who let me in here, and she said that this is radio equipment from the 1970s that was being used by her husband when he was still alive. Over here we have some drinking vessels, some painted and others carved, along with beautiful bowls, a necklace. I'm not very good at electronics, but I believe that this wrapped coil was an important part of the radio equipment. I don't know what this is. Looks like a switchboard, and here are some of the vacuum tubes and other radio equipment, it looks like. I'm not sure what that thing in the back, how that would help you with radios. And in fact, there's some horse riding equipment and a watch as well, so maybe not just radio equipment. This is a very magnificent piece right here. Some of these have funnels, it seems like. This is an enormous conch shell. I'll put my hand there for comparison. Spoons made out of it. Here in the back we have more Mayan drinking vessels. I believe, though these are at least 2 liters in capacity, so hard to say, but you can see the hieroglyphics that are there and here. And here, along with this painted image. These are replicas, and these are replicas. Although quite interesting nonetheless. Over here we have more radio equipment. Some money, a gun, painting, a cuckoo clock, although the bird is gone. Helmet, I want to say that's a German helmet. Yeah. Remington Portable, this one looks like it's from the 1920s, if I would have to estimate. An altar. I remember this from a science experiment in high school, but I don't really remember what it did. Phillips. We have more bowls. Mortars and pestles, broken bowls. And here are many more. Down here we have, it looks like this is Mayan hieroglyphics by the evenly spaced squares, although they're quite eroded and difficult to read. And likewise, here we have some masks and another stone elaborately carved. And finally we have here a giant mortar and pestle. And here, this looks like another urn and various cups and bowls and plates and more grinding stones. And finally, in this corner, a very enormous pot, and inside of it another pot. Difficult to make a pot of that size. Grinding stone, and here you can see this stone is elaborately carved, but you can't really make out anything anymore. There's a fan in here, which is great, but as you can see, I'm dripping with sweat. It's extremely hot. I think I'm gonna try to make it back to the other side of the island, the other side of the lake.
Hay ahí dentro una réplica de un prisionero.
See? Wow.
También.
Es hermoso.
Gracias. Mientras está la lancha,
Ajá.
quiere caminar.
Chicks. Hey, chicks. Well, okay, so this delightful old lady told me everything about her artifacts and this island of hers. She says there's no ruins here, but that I should just walk around and enjoy the island, and I will. Now this guy who helped me get the boat over here, he told me a bunch of interesting stuff. He told me things about UFOs and aliens and energy beams coming out of the pyramids. He told me that he was an assistant for, he kept naming this guy, I don't know who the guy is, but I guess a historian who assisted Mel Gibson in the filming of the movie Apocalypto. And he said that for research for the movie, Mel Gibson came here and he went to El Mirador together with some group of people, and they were doing research. And El Mirador is the hike out into the jungle for several days. And this historian was with him, and so was this guy who I met, who was the assistant of the historian. And they were giving information to Mel Gibson, and they said that he was disagreeing with everything. They would tell him some sort of fact, and Mel Gibson would say, no, I don't want it that way. It has to be a certain way in my movie. So this guy really hated Mel Gibson. And I was talking to him about this, and I said I would record his call out of Mel Gibson on video, and I have that. And I'll play that here.
Okay. You know Mel Gibson, en Guatemala, nunca falla, siempre está en la valla, tú sabes. Hey, nos conocimos en el Mirador, ¿no, Mel Gibson? Y la película que hiciste, el Apocalipto, la cagaste. Te revelaste, no representaste la realeza de realmente que es la cultura maya. Tú hiciste un Hollywood, un fucking Hollywood. Esa mierda no, mano, es inorgánico. Tenía que ser algo real, maya, así puro.
So you gave Mel Gibson a tour of the Mirador?
Yes, of a Mirador, like Richard Hansen, he's the principal tour guide, and I'm the assistant, like there, you know, and then he coming have like idea about the how the Mayans living. You know, he learned a lot. Like Richard Hansen helped him, and I'm a simple assistant. Like, But the best tour guide in the jungle.
But I know he fucked up because he had horses there, right?
Now, the horse is not a problem. Like the problem is, like these guys has all the coding, all the coding for film, for make the Mayan movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, no fucking Hollywood. Yeah, entonces, like Richard Hansen, he tried to help him, but he don't listen. He say like, no, I want this.
Wow.
And Richard Hansen is like, no, brother, no, don't do that. Hey, I'm paid.
Sí.
Okay.
So Mel Gibson is
Nasty.
nasty. Okay.
Puta, valió verga su película. Y la película que nosotros hagamos de la mera realeza de nuestros ancestros, te invito, hermano.
And besides his call out of Mel Gibson, he told me some interesting things. I was asking about Mayan stuff, and this guy's half Mayan and half non-Mayan Guatemalan, Ladino. And he's been working in conservation for many years in the forest with the pumas and the trees. He's very, oh my god, what? It's a bunch of enormous lizards scurrying through the bush over there. And he said that he also participated in Mayan rituals in Tikal and in Tayazal. And I told him about the altars that I saw there, and he said, yes, people still use them. It's still a holy site. There's just tons of animals all around me. And he also said that I asked him about the Mayan ball game. I was like, do people like basketball here? And he said, no. People like the traditional Mayan ball game, but you can only play it on certain ritual days. And he said that he plays it. And he was telling me that this is one of the craziest things I've ever heard. But he said that when they play it, they have a certain piece of equipment that they use, that they used in ancient times and they still use, which is it goes around your ankle and up to your knee, and you have some pieces of jade. And within those pieces of jade is held a snake. A living rattlesnake. He said that in ancient times it was a rattlesnake because they tried to actually kill someone with this. But now they use a different snake, a snake that's not that's not toxic, that won't kill you if it bites you, but it can still bite you, and I guess it's still unpleasant. But he says that he, in the ritual Mayan games of ball, which they still play on certain holy occasions, that they use these contraptions that are holding a snake, and the snake is a pet, and the snake knows its master. I asked him, how does the snake not bite the person who's wearing the snake like a piece of clothing? And he said they don't bite their master. They know who it is, but if you're playing that game of ball and you kick your opponent and you have the snake on there, the snake will bite the person when you kick them. And they have to keep playing because you're not allowed to quit. And they start stumbling around and suffering from this, what I imagine must be like a bee sting, but twice and then 1,000 times worse, even if it's a non-venomous snake. So I've had many encounters with snakes. Luckily, I was never bit by one. Almost once. I stepped on its tail and it spat something nasty onto my legs, onto my shins, but it seems it was trying to bite me and it didn't succeed. So, very interesting character that I stumbled across. He said he has a book that there's very few copies of, that's written in Maya and Spanish, and I might try to get a copy of it from him. The Book of Life, he said. First I'm going to do some research, because I find some of this guy's stories a bit
beyond belief. Although, who knows? Maybe it's true. That's a nice little island. Perfect for your own little house and farm. And you have the wood to stay warm and some chicken coops. Everything one might need. Little house, there's a cat that just ran by. Chicken. A lot of chickens actually. And a cock. Some other ancient stones out there that seem to be used as decoration. Ancient statues. I'm guessing they are real. Some of them are in pretty rough shape. It's 4 in the morning. I need to go down this alley. This is a picture of the ocellated turkey, also known as the disco turkey. In Itza Maya, it's called kut. Here we have the ceiba tree, I believe it's called, national tree of Guatemala. Good morning. It's just before 7 in the morning, and I am here in Tikal, walking along one of the ancient sock bays. It's quite slippery because of all the leaves. It was raining all night last night and misty this morning, and besides that, it's a jungle. I am alone today. I'm going to be walking through this park and giving you a tour of Tikal and trying not to get lost. This park is enormous. Just from, there's a canal. These canals are were originally ancient and part of the original Mayan infrastructure, but they're paved now to serve as drainage channels, just as they were in ancient times. I'm going to try not to get lost. I don't have a guide, but the guide that was on the bus told me that someone went off the trail a couple months ago and they only found his body 3 days later because he got lost in the jungle. And of course there's all kinds of monkeys, pumas, jaguars, other large cats, but that's not what did him in. It was
Ironically, the lack of water. So I'm going to stick to the trails. This site is absolutely enormous. Huge branch just fell. The site is absolutely enormous. There are thousands of buildings here. And just to walk between them, the paths can take something like 15-20 minutes. And all the way in between, even though it may look like jungle now, were thousands of other buildings, and the vast majority of them unexcavated. And that's just what they found in the traditional way back in the mid-20th century, by just walking around with a machete, chopping down all the plants and looking around and finding giant pyramids and whatnot. But since then, with the advent of LiDAR technology, they've discovered that there's entire sections of the city that were previously unknown. And a massive city it was, the greatest in the history of the Maya. Now this site has been inhabited at least since the first millennium BC. And some of the buildings, such as the North Acropolis, which we'll see later, were already fully built hundreds of years before the year zero. Back in the time when El Mirador was the biggest city, and this was a smaller one. But El Mirador collapsed, in part because there was a large volcanic eruption that covered a giant area of Guatemala with soot and dirt and made it difficult to farm, and killed a bunch of people and blocked trade routes and devastated small communities on the periphery, and that led to the collapse of the core. But it wasn't the end of Mayan civilization. As I said in a previous video, they've had many events like that, very destructive events. And then more people started settling here in Tikal. And starting in the year around 250 AD, that's when we enter the classic period, when Mayan writing begins. And from then up until the Great Maya collapse, around the year 900, this city was perhaps not perhaps, but definitely the most important one in the entire Mayan world. There's a lot to see here, and I don't think it's possible to see it all in one day. But let's see what we can find. Here you can see an older Mayan drainage channel, and they had to build a little bridge over it so that people wouldn't trip. Alright, I see a sign. It's time for the first stop at Temple 6. You can see it's from the height of the classic period, but oh, wow, I didn't even see that at first.
Now we're looking at the rear facade, and up there are some inscriptions, massive letters, must be several feet wide each. Here's what remains of the hieroglyphics, and for this reason it is known as the Temple of the Inscriptions. Now in the early 1800s, when the French were invading Egypt, they found the Rosetta Stone, and famously the French linguist Champollion deciphered Egyptian hieroglyphs with the help of this stone, which had several other known languages written on it, ancient Greek and I think Sumerian. But it wasn't only with the help of the Rosetta Stone. He also had help by learning the Coptic language from a Coptic priest who was living in Paris. The Coptic language was the descendant of the ancient Egyptian language. There are 9 stelae here, each with its own altar. And you can see people for scale. They look like ants in this painting. Stela 21 is the best preserved, dating to the year 736, and dedicated to Governor Yaxha Chan Kawil. I think they've removed most of the stela to the museum. Here you can see the original altar. This one is carved. Almost nothing to see on this stela. All right, so as not to climb it. And it looks like there are screen doors now. So Champollion was able to understand hieroglyphics with the help of the Rosetta Stone. Where to go now? See some ruins there. All right. Well, I've checked the map, and it's a good thing I did, because this is in fact a dead end. And this way lies certain death. More ruins. Here are the other stela. Big one over there, but you can't read anything. So after Champollion was able to decipher the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic system, academia and the scholarly world became very excited, because they thought now all the other languages would fall like dominoes, and soon we'd be able to read everything that was ever written in ancient times, because you cracked the code. But as it turned out, it was not so easy to crack the code of Mayan. And starting in the 1840s, when a lot of these cities were discovered,
rediscovered. Scientists and scholars tried to figure out how to read Mayan. But there was a problem. There is no Mayan Rosetta Stone. And in fact, there's no other writing system anywhere nearby. Now the Olmecs and some other Mesoamerican civilizations seem to, like they may have had writing as well related to Mayan, but they're separated by time and space, and we don't have anything that survives that has multiple Mesoamerican languages on it. So that was a dead end. And there was one thing that survived that had two languages on it. And that was when the Spanish priests and the Inquisition were going about and burning all of the Mayan codices. The priest in charge, he tried to write down the Mayan alphabet once. And he took someone who was fluent in Mayan, who could write it, and he sat him down and he said to write the Spanish letters. Write A. So the guy, Mayan writer, wrote A. He said, write B. And the Mayan writer wrote P and C and so on. Now, there's already a few problems here. One is that a lot of the letters and sounds in Spanish don't exist in Mayan. For instance, I don't think they have an R. So whatever the Mayan writer heard, he didn't write that down, but the closest thing that he could approximate to it. And likewise, Mayan has some features that aren't featured in Spanish. For instance, the rain god Chuck, his name is actually Cha'ak, and there's a stop in the middle of that vowel that makes it a different vowel than just ah. Chuck and Cha'ak. I think I'm getting into monkey territory. Now the other problem is that Spanish works with an alphabet. And you have many different types of writing in the world. You have alphabets, you have writing systems that are based on syllables, like Japanese, where ka and sa, these syllables each have their own sign. You have logographic writing, like Chinese, where the writing symbol captures an idea and the sound is not inherent to the symbol. It's not visible there. Just by looking at it, you wouldn't know how to pronounce it. And the Spanish priest didn't know this. He thought writing works only one way, that it works with letters, and that the Mayans must have had the same letters. But Mayan doesn't work that way. The Mayan writing system doesn't work that way. So, even though there was this one single piece of paper, it had the alphabet on it, and the priest was a bit confused by some of the things the Mayan writer was writing down, and so he asked for clarification. So he asked him to rewrite the letter ese, an S. But ese, even though it's the name of the letter, and to the Spanish priest it would have represented a single sound, to the Mayan he would have heard two syllables. So he wrote down two characters. And the priest was confused. How can you write two characters for one letter? So he asked him to write down a couple of other things. None of it made sense. And then he asked the Mayan to just write down whatever. And now, because we can read it, we can read that the Mayan writer wrote, "I don't want to do this anymore. It's getting tired of being linguistically tortured by the Spanish Inquisition." And that was it. That was all of the writing that we had that was written both in Spanish and in Mayan. And that's all that scholars had to go on. And a lot of them didn't even know that this document existed. It was very obscure. So, yeah, not much to go on. So how did they figure out how to read Mayan? Well, the answer is that for a long time they didn't. Up until the 1950s, it was considered impossible. There were even academic articles written about why it was impossible. And there were all kinds of theories about what this writing was. A lot of people didn't even believe it was writing. Some people believe that, especially after World War I, there was a movement to believe that the Mayans were a very peaceful civilization who never engaged in war. Because that's sort of what the imagination of people at that time wanted. They wanted to believe that somewhere out there was a society that was totally peaceful, and they imagined the Mayans as a society of enlightened astronomer priests who would sit in their pyramids and calculate eclipses and celestial events, who would never fight. And they believed that as part of this fantastical image of the Maya, who never fought a war, that likewise these symbols weren't necessarily writing, but maybe something more like emotions, something like a vibe, a feeling that they drew as a picture. And so, just about there, in the western field of academia, the decipherment of Mayan, which had been undertaken for more than 100 years, just sort of ground to a halt, and they gave up. So, a worm hanging in the air, I imagine by a very narrow thread. It might be a silkworm. Camera doesn't want to focus on it. Groovy, funky. Now we are here at the Palacio de las Acanaladuras, the Palace of the Grooves, the Palace of Funk. It's also known as Group G. Now, this would have been a residential building, and like many Mayan residential structures, it's built around a courtyard. You can see the remnants of some sort of carved image there. Oh, and this looks a bit intimidating. Very defensible, though. Now here we have the first of the domiciles. You can see this is a raised bed platform with arches on top, and there would have been wooden beams here. Over there as well, don't know if you can see, there's a raised platform that would have been a bed. It would have had a type of cotton on it. Not the cotton we know, but the fluff that comes from the ceiba tree. And here's another raised platform people would have slept in. There you can see some wood. I'm not sure if that's original wood. Could be.
can see quite a few people could have slept in there. Oh, now this looks like original wood for sure. Very uneven pieces of wood. You can see it comes from one of those parasitic vines that grows on the side of other trees. Now, let's go down to Maya Town. Won't you take me to Funky Town? There's some birds in there. I won't disturb them. You can see here that there's more of these rooms. Here's another gate to the complex. It's the stairs are a bit eroded. There's a bed platform in the back of this room. And more, that one has a window. There's some windows. And some wooden beams. I wonder why they use that particular wood. Okay, there's... Oh, okay. So, a lot of people would have been able to fit in here. And there's some kind of mysterious hole. And over there, more buildings. They all look pretty similar. These would have been buildings of the elite, of course, because the whole city was for the elite, especially anything made of stone. Oh, and it continues over here. I'm not sure what this would have been for. A great courtyard for sure. And over here was the entrance to something, although it's been walled up since by archaeologists. I'm filming this in 2022. Exactly 100 years ago, more or less, there was born in the Soviet Union a man by the name of Yuri Knorozov. Yuri was the son of an engineer. He was a very brilliant student. He skipped immediately to the 5th grade when he started school. And when it came time for university, Yuri wanted to study something else. I think he wanted to study something more like engineering. But the different faculties of the university had different application dates, and he missed the deadline for the application to the place where he wanted to go. And so he applied for a department which had a later deadline, and that was the Faculty of History. Specifically, philology, linguistic history. And Yuri was a very
strange character, very withdrawn, an introvert for sure. He had these very piercing blue eyes, was always wandering around muttering to himself. Didn't have a lot of friends, I think. Oh, there's the remains of another structure behind me. Now, Yuri studied history because he wanted to understand human consciousness, the human experience, all of human society. And he thought by figuring out and learning things about these ancient societies, it would help him to understand all that and help him in his greater project of understanding humanity as a whole. He began by studying ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, but there was one problem that interfered with his studies. That was World War II. Yuri was in a part of the Soviet Union that was conquered by the Germans very quickly, early on in the war. And he lived for some time under German occupation. And afterwards, when the Soviets came back in that direction and reconquered it, he was drafted into the army and worked with artillery, very mathematical engineering sort of job in the army, calculating where the shells would land. And after the war, he was looked down upon because he had lived under occupation. And so he was considered to be a sort of traitor. Now there's all kinds of crazy stories about how Yuri came across this book, this rare book that had Mayan inscriptions, Mayan writing in it. Some people say that he was at the Battle of Berlin and he ran into a burning library and he found it there, saved it from the flames. But that's not true. He was never at the Battle of Berlin. In fact, after the war, he was looking for a job and had some difficulty because he had lived under occupation and was looked down upon in Soviet society. But there was at that time the ethnographic museum in the city of Leningrad, which had been very heavily shelled and bombed during the war, during the siege of Leningrad. And they needed to repair it, salvage what was in there. And the person who ran that ethnographic institute was the sort of person who wanted to give people second chances. Natural staircase. Oh, actually, you can see it's an original stone staircase, but these roots have grown over it. So, Yuri, together with some other people who had been imprisoned by Stalin, sort of academic riffraff, who had seen a lot of trouble in their lives, they were hired to put the ethnographic museum back together. Oh, I hope I'm going in the right direction. And there, in a shipment of books from Germany that were captured during the war, he found this rare book of Mayan inscriptions written in Spanish. And Yuri was a talented linguist. He could speak many languages: English, Spanish, Russian, And as we'll see, he also soon learned a bit of Mayan. Now, the Western scholars had looked at that Spanish document I mentioned earlier, and many of them had never even seen that, and concluded that there was just not enough information. There was no Rosetta Stone that could help them to transcribe the Mayan hieroglyphics. But Yuri and his very scientific mind decided to approach the problem systematically. First thing he did was to count the number of different symbols that he saw. And he could see that they were in the hundreds. And that's a bit strange because an alphabet only has a couple dozen characters max. And a logographic system like Chinese has many thousands. You need to know about 5,000 characters to be able to read, at least, to be able to read a newspaper or basic text in Chinese or Japanese. So it wasn't in the dozens, it wasn't in the thousands, it was in the hundreds. So we figured it's not letters and it's not logograms. So it must be syllabic. And he looked at the hieroglyphics and noticed that they were made of smaller symbols that's sometimes repeated. And he figured out that each Mayan hieroglyphic represents a word, and within it are a bunch of smaller symbols which represent sounds. And some of those smaller symbols, he had that Spanish text, and he was able to correlate them with the sounds of the Spanish letters. Se, de, e, a. So he had a start, and he was able to figure out certain sounds here and there in certain words. And then there were some characters that were very obvious drawings of a certain thing, like a jaguar or a snake. And he was able to look at those images and he knew some of the sounds, and then he would look in a Mayan dictionary and find what the word was, that what the sounds were for the word for jaguar or for snake. And then he was able to fill in some of the missing sounds. And that's how he learned more letters than just those 26. And then he learned certain words. And very soon he had a system whereby he was able to read the Mayan alphabet. The Mayan hieroglyphics, I should say. Behind me is Temple 5. This is the oldest of the temples from the pre-classic pyramid, from the pre-classic period. It's quite a daunting structure, and I believe it would have been built sometime BC, perhaps even a few hundred years BC, together with the North Acropolis. This one is the last of the major pyramids to be excavated.
though there are still many more structures in the forest that remain unexcavated. Most of the excavations in this city were done by the University of Pennsylvania in the 1950s and 60s over a 14-year period. Interesting sort of Freudian slip I have going on there. You can see here some restoration work being done. Wow. Now that is simply enormous. No, I was wrong. I have my pyramids mixed up. This one is from the Classic period. It was built in 600 AD, 52 meters tall, and faces the Acropolis. It's built by Animal Skull. All the Mayan rulers had cool names like Animal Skull and Sky Jaguar. Animal Skull is buried in the North Acropolis, which we'll see a bit later. But so we know who built it, and we've even found the person who built it. Not allowed to climb this one. Now, so the scale of these pyramids is often distorted when you look at them in photos because you imagine that it's a normal staircase, but as you can see, each step is more than a foot tall. And so, together with the door is also enormous, bigger than a human being. But together this distorts the sense of scale. But it's absolutely massive. There are some people for scale. So Yuri Knorozov deciphered the Mayan script, and he was praised by the entire academic community and hailed as one of the greatest scholars in the Mayan world, was given access to all the sites, upended the entire system of Mayan studies. Right? Wrong. If only it were so simple. But this was a complicated time, the Cold War. And besides that, scholars really don't like being wrong, especially when they're the heads of university departments. They've been working all their life to become the greatest expert in their field, and they have one idea about something, and then someone else comes along with some contradictory information. Often it can be difficult to unentrench those beliefs. Now here we have something called the Seven Temples. Even though Yuri published he started it as a master's thesis, but they gave him a doctorate for it right away. When he published the decipherment of the Mayan script in the 1950s, nobody took it seriously. The scholars who had been working on Mayan stuff in England and America and Germany, they read Yuri's work and said it was wrong. Quite some anthills.
There's an altar and a stela. Temple there. 3 more on either side. Over here we have something amazing. A triple ball court over there. And on this side, in between, they would play the Mesoamerican ball game. And over here, between this and this, they would play the Mesoamerican ball game. And over there, between this one and that one, was another Mesoamerican ball court. These are not excavated, but it is unique as the only place in the Mayan world, and I guess the world as a whole, where you have a triple ball court. And this grand plaza seems likely that it was dedicated to the activity of playing ball, and that the 7 temples there somehow were related to that, as well as these buildings over here, which are, I believe, thought to be administrative buildings. Now you can see that this one here at the bottom is an earlier building, and later on they put this wall in front of it and built around it to make a larger construction. You can see that they filled it in. Hard to say if that's done by the archaeologists after they were done looking in there, although they left most of them open, so I assume that this was done by the Mayans themselves. There's a stela in rough shape. There are lots of these troughs everywhere. I believe that they are modern, and they're for the animals. Those are temples, and this, I think, is an administrative building. You can see that it has some stucco reliefs that managed to survive over the doors. One of the reasons that they dismissed the work of Mr. Knorozov is because he was in the Soviet Union. And one of the first critiques by a famous Mayan scholar from America, he said that not only was Mr. Knorozov wrong, but he was wrong because his scholarship was tainted with Marxist ideology. Which is very funny, because Yuri Knorozov was not a very political man. He was not a member of the Communist Party. And in fact, he was critiqued in the Soviet Union for not being communist enough, because he contradicted Marx's sidekick, the Robin to Marx's Batman, Friedrich Engels. In the 1800s, when Friedrich Engels was writing about socialism and its history in different societies of the world, he mentioned the Yucatan Indians. And he was referring to the ones that European settlers had encountered along the coasts of the Yucatan. And Engels said that the Yucatan Indians were an example of a society with no class distinctions. As he said that ancient societies tended to be. When Yuri Knorozov deciphered the Mayan script and began reading the texts which were preserved, included lots of information about the Mayan kings, because it was text that came from stela, from the insides and outsides of temples, and had information about the kings who constructed these buildings and their reigns and their great accomplishments. Now, the problem with that is that it contradicts Engels, because the Maya were Yucatan Indians, and if in their history they had had kings and then changed to this other society later on where they didn't really have ruling elite and social stratification, it contradicted what Engels had said about them. Of course, Engels was writing in the 1800s before a lot was known about the history of the Maya. But for this reason, Knorozov's ideas were counter-revolutionary and not really appreciated by Soviet scholars. So the idea that he was dismissed for his Marxist theories is kind of ironic. Now he figured out a way around it. He wrote some papers trying to place the Mayan history within the context of Engels and the history of societies in the world as it was understood in the Soviet Union at that time. So he sort of wriggled his way out of it. But in the Soviet Union, he wasn't particularly admired anyway. He was an ethnographer, and in fact, he was supposed to be working on ethnographies of Soviet peoples. This looks like a burial chamber. He was working on ethnography, but definitely not Soviet ethnography. And I think not many people in the Soviet Union at that time were very interested in the Maya. They especially didn't really have access to the Mayan world or a lot of information. Here we have a model of what that plaza I was just in would have looked like. You can see the triple ball court. It's kind of strange that they had three. Makes you think, did they play all three at once? Different ones at different times? Coatis. Something like a raccoon or a possum with a longer nose. What are you looking for? As they're scurrying around up there, they're picking through the dirt and looking for some kind of food to eat. And one of them just knocked a rock that came down to where I am. And a moment later, some rocks came tumbling down from that ancient Mayan structure. Ancient Maya structure. And I guess that's one of the reasons that the pyramids get destroyed. Wild animals burrowing around in there.
Right now I'm in the oldest part of Tikal. And here we have some of the oldest structures and oldest platforms in the city. And that includes this 90-foot tall, 30-meter tall platform. There's no temple on top because this was an astronomical observation platform. That's where they would look at the sky. Now this one is more of a traditional temple, but this one doesn't have any buildings on top. And it never did, because it wasn't supposed to, because that was an astronomical observation platform. In front of it, we have a Mayan altar that dates to the year 2002. Because the Mayans, of course, still practice their religion at these sites. And make offerings at the altars. There's some sort of very large creature over there. Ah, monkey. Don't think you can see from here because the light is too bright. There's a monkey hopping around over there. Spider monkey, I think. There's more monkeys. Now this area is called the Mundo Perdido, the lost world. Oh, monkey. Baby monkey. Okay. Okay. These things are taller than they look. And you notice it when you climb on them. Now here we have some other temples in the back. The largest, the tallest, Temple 4. Oh no, I think this one is the tallest, but there's a difference of ground elevation between here and there. Here we see the main plaza and some of the pyramids that are facing each other. The North Acropolis is somewhere down there. I haven't been to any of these yet. Here you can see the main staircase. Now once again, for a sense of scale, you can't really pick it up even with the camera, but there's some people sitting in the doorway of that temple and on the stairs, moving around right now. And the doorway looks to be about 3 times the height of a human being. And that is quite far from here, but I'm going to head in that direction. Some howler monkeys.
the modern stairs are quite treacherous here. Now, when you read archaeological papers from the 1950s and 60s from the excavation of Tikal, they read very differently than more recent ones. And that's because they couldn't read. They didn't know the names of any of the rulers. The best they could do was they were able to identify Mayan numbers. Mayans have a system of numbers, 4 dots, and then a bar means 5, a bar with another dot means 6, and so on. They were able to tell that there were dates in some of these texts, and that made people believe that it was in fact writing. But what happened on those dates, nobody knew, because they couldn't read the rest of it. And so they had a very poor understanding of Mayan history. And they write about people in abstract formats. The person who was buried in tomb number 216, and so on. And it doesn't read like a history, it reads, it's very abstract. But all of that changed once the work of Yuri Knorozov reached a wider audience. And that happened beginning in the 1980s. He was born in 1922, so he was already in his 60s, quite an old guy. But eventually someone in Guatemala found out that he had deciphered Mayan writing. And this was a game changer. It revolutionized the entire history of this part of the world, because now they knew that it wasn't just any person that was buried there, it was King Animal Mask. And by reading the inscriptions on the stela, they were able to figure out that this king was born on this date, and he was born here and in such a place, and he conquered Calakmul, neighboring Mayan city, rival city. And they were able to piece together a much richer history of the Mayans. Finally, the work of Yuri Knorozov was recognized, and he was invited to Guatemala for an official state visit. He was met by the president of Guatemala, important military colonels, scholars, movie stars, socialites. They all came to see him. He was like a rock star. He was in his 60s already. And he liked to drink. And everyone came along to visit him in his hotel room. And he was there together with a colonel who was sort of escorting him around. And every time someone came in, they would drink a shot of aguardiente, which is a type of strong liquor. And after each shot, Yuri would say in Spanish, naturalmente, naturally, instead of cheers. And so many people came to visit him, he had to take so many shots, that the colonel who was with him passed out on the ground from all the alcohol. And now still to this day, they say in the Guatemalan army that they use this phrase when they mean to drink themselves into a stupor. They say, naturalmente. Now, even though Yuri was an old man by this point, they took him around to all these sites in the jungle, to Tikal and all the other cities that they knew about and could get to easily. And he went around and was finally able to see
some of the Mayan history that he had studied all his life. And after that, he was invited to Mexico. There he was given a medal of the Order of the Golden Eagle, I believe it's called, the highest honor that can be bestowed upon a non-Mexican citizen by the Mexican government. And he went on a few of these trips into the 1990s. He was a very old man, very frail, could barely walk. Someone was always holding his hand. And they filmed a documentary, I believe, in early 90s, 94 or something, with him, and you can see he's just barely crawling along these temples. But he got to see it all. And even he got to go to America because he really wanted to see this one place in Santa Fe where they have buildings built into the side of the mountain. Ancient buildings. He believed that was the location of the 7 caves, the mythical origin of all of the Mesoamerican people. He was able to get a visa to go to the United States and see that. When he returned to Russia in the 1990s, which was a very bad time over there, he lived a very modest life. He had a small apartment. There were lots of robberies at the time. He was worried someone would come in and steal his medal. And the Guatemalan embassy put together some money, and they were able to buy a reinforced steel door. Yet he was a bit more famous by then, and at some point a group of visiting students from another city in Russia went to meet him. And he went with them to his apartment. They got drunk and they robbed him and they stole his medal. But the police were able to recover it. They arrested these guys and they were able to find his medal because it was the only one in the entire country. It looks very different than Soviet medal. So he got it back. Here we have twin pyramids. There were twin pyramids built in Tikal every 20 years to commemorate the Actun, the 20-year period, the 20-year jubilee of a king. And so there are many twin pyramids. These are the most accessible, though they haven't been excavated. That's considered an archaeological feature that's unique to Tikal, although not exactly, because I was in Tayazal recently, and there they had twin pyramids as well. Here are some stela, and for once it looks like you can actually see something on these. Wow. Okay. Here we have a great ruler, and his name is here, though I cannot read it. Here, his face, his elaborate headdress, and ceremonial clothing, and some inscription at the bottom. And I suppose this would have been an altar, or perhaps a calendrical stone, and once again it has some writing around the edges. We are inside of a building right now. There's a monkey over there. There it is, Temple 4, from the height of the classic period, built by Ruler B. Not a very good name, but there's a carving of Ruler B on a wooden lintel inside the temple on top, celebrating his victory over the city of El Peru Waka. And he's covered with an image of a two-headed snake. And so this temple is also known as the Temple of the Two-Headed Snake. The largest structure in Tikal. And I'm going to go to the top. It's a long way up. Here's the main staircase. As you can see, it's very steep. And the door is larger than a human being by several times. And this goes all the way down there. Off in the distance, there's a green tarp. Now I'm covered in sweat. My map has started to fall apart because it's been soaked through with sweat. I had to stop keeping it in my pocket and move it to my bag. And actually, it's just after 9 o'clock. It's still not that hot yet. It's very humid. It's not exactly cool either. They're saying they're doing restoration works here, but that sign looks like it's decades old, so I'm not sure how true that is. Quite a view. You can see that the step almost goes up to my knee. And the door is about twice my height. Can't really see anything in there though. I can barely make out some wooden lintels holding up the ceiling. I guess one of those had the carving of the two-headed snake and Ruler B. Now there's a tree right here, so it makes it seem as though we're just above the tree line, but in fact all these trees are growing on the side of the pyramid. And if you look, the actual tree line is far below here. A lot of the pyramids are obscured by trees that are growing on them. Even when they're excavated, usually it's just the front and not the back. On the way over here, we passed a couple of gas stations and I was paying attention to the prices. And I saw, as we got increasingly further from Flores, 39, 40, and 42 quetzales. And that's per liter. So it's about 7 quetzales to $1. So 42 quetzales. That's 6 times 7, $6 per liter, and something like 3.6 liters in a gallon. So that's about $21 a gallon. Which is quite expensive. I'm not sure if I've ever seen more expensive gas anywhere in my life. But this is very far from everything. It's difficult to get here. There's not many good roads. There's winding mountain roads that lead from the Guatemalan highlands, and there I guess it's possible to import gas via the Pacific coast and then take it through all of the highlands on those narrow winding mountain roads, or probably more likely it's coming from Belize. Oh, I thought that was a mushroom, but it is a little flower. From Belize is still quite far, and you have to go through the jungle, over the border, in the area that's near the border, which at least some years ago was famous for banditry and drug cartels and criminal gangs who would do armed robberies, literally highway robbery, except it's not even really a highway. And I'm sure they would be interested in some gas as well. And I bet that crossing a border, you have to pay some sort of tariffs or import fees or something. So, all in all, that makes it quite expensive. And that makes the price of goods here more expensive than in the rest of Guatemala. Here we have, it's called the Palace of the Windows. As you can see, there are some windows up there. It's also known as the Palace of the Bats. And it's a residential complex. It is a palace where a ruler once lived. And it's on top of this giant mound. Let's see if we can get up there. Another coati. There are toucans flying around. Not the great billed toucan. Has a more modest bill, but a toucan nonetheless. Alright, here's the Palace of the Bats. This was originally a two-story building, and it had a second level, which is now largely collapsed. Aha. Looks like we can go inside this one. Very dark and damp. Say not to do graffiti here, but people clearly do, as they did in ancient times. They found ancient graffiti here too. Looks like you can go up. Not really. It's collapsed. There would have been more stairs here. And the second level with a single range of chambers. These have a double range of chambers. D goes to a room in the back. The size of the rooms were limited, of course, by the Mayan arches, which were made of these overlapping stones, and they could only go so far out before that sort of thing would collapse. So the rooms are limited in size. And the ancient Maya did not have cars. They did not have any need for gasoline. They did not have horses or donkeys or llamas. They did not have any pack animals of any kind. And everything that was transported in the Maya world was transported by human beings on their backs. When you have a great civilization like the one here at Tikal, which had hundreds of thousands of people, they estimated that at the height of the classical period, throughout the Mayan world, there were something like 13 or 14 million people. But that number is always going up as we continue to do LiDAR investigations and find more and more hidden cities in the jungle, with large parts of it still more or less unexplored, undocumented, uncatalogued, and unexcavated. So there could have been many more. Now let's do some calculations for the Mayan world. They loved to do math and they loved to calculate. Here's another temple. This one's quite pristine. Temple 3, the Temple of the Jaguar Priest, which comes from this image, which is carved in a wooden lintel in there. Approximately 55 meters tall. They say it is the largest structure in Tikal, but that's not true because I was just at one which was 60 something. It was constructed at the very end, right before the collapse. You can see the priests are really decked out in super elaborate, expensive jaguar clothing. It was the last temple raised in Tikal in 810 AD. Only has 2 rooms instead of 3. It was a funerary temple. Faces to the west, the land of death. Here we have an altar and a stela, though you can't really see anything on it anymore. You can barely even see the temple at the top of this mound. This is what all of them would have looked like. The Mayans had a very limited amount of resources. The ground is made of limestone. There's an infinite amount of limestone. These buildings are built out of limestone, together with lime, cement from baked lime that's baked in giant kilns. And it takes 8 tons of wood to create a fire that would create 1 ton of lime. Now everything here is covered in lime. The old sock bay, the temple, which is now completely obscured from view. All the stones are held together with lime. All of the buildings were put together with lime, and that requires a tremendous amount of wood. So the Mayans ended up doing a great deal of deforestation because besides for the, wow, something smells. Well, besides the lime that was needed for the buildings, they also needed wood to build fires, to cook their food. Not really to stay warm, it's quite warm here all the time. They all needed food, and the Mayan way of farming, the thing is that there's not really any rivers around here. When it rains, the porous limestone absorbs a lot of it. A lot of it ends up in cenotes and underground rivers. And the soil accumulates very slowly, 1 foot over 1,000 years of new soil production. So one way that they would enrich the soil was with slash and burn agriculture. They would burn down a giant bit of forest, and that would give some nutrition to the soil. but not for long. That only works for a year or two, and then the soil is depleted again. You have to move somewhere else, and it's jungle. It grows back pretty fast, but it still takes some years for it to grow back. So the agriculture takes up a lot of room. The lime production takes up a lot of wood. The agriculture burns down that wood. Soon more wood is needed, more lime is needed, must be transported from a greater and greater distance. And pretty much the Maya, used up all of their wood. Not only all of their wood, but they also had a problem with the water. When an area is deforested, I believe it also rains less there. That, coupled with a drought, led to great problems for the Maya, especially since they were ever expanding with more and more people all the time. That's ultimately what led to the Maya collapse. Over there is Temple 4 in the back, Temple 3, which is quite tall, with that comb on top of it. There's Temple 5. I am on top of the pyramid of Temple 2 right now. And across from me, the most famous pyramid of Tikal, Temple 1 on the Grand Plaza. Over there, I believe that's the North Acropolis, and that's the Central Acropolis. Here's a plaza. Because I'm on a pyramid, I can hear everyone below quite clearly. Let's listen. Let's clap. No. I think you have to stand in the center to clap. There you can see some great stucco reliefs that have been pretty well preserved, though I couldn't tell you what they depict. And down here as well. And the stucco is made of lime. Just lime. Without rocks in it. Just carved lime. Carved like putty or clay. It looks like there's writing on this one. That's definitely writing. This is a character. I believe that's a symbol for a cave. Forgot how it's pronounced. And there's triple arched 3-room chamber in there. Some more stucco reliefs. You can see my map is completely in tatters because I sweated through it and it's just started falling apart. Now I went like this. Here's the entrance to the park, and I went along this road to Temple 6, past the Groove Palace, funky, to Temple 5. I passed this South Acropolis. I didn't even notice it, but it's unexcavated. Although there's a pyramid at the top, it looks like. Then here, the plaza of the 7 temples, the Mundo Perdido, over to Temple 4, past the Twin Pyramids, through the Bat Palace, past Temple 3 to Temple 2, and now I'm on the Grand Plaza. I think I'll look at these acropolises. The main temple of the Grand Jaguar on the main plaza. maybe the Eastern Plaza and get out of here. But besides that, there's still a bunch of other stuff to see here that I'm not even going to get to see. Complexes F, R, Q, O, the northern group, complex P, and 23 kilometers in this direction is Actun, an entire other city. Here we have stelae dedicated to different rulers, each with an altar in front. Some in very poor condition. Make sure not to sit on them. This is a replica. A lot of the originals are in museums. Here we have one of the kings, quite worn out. And there as well, with some inscription on the bottom. This one is wearing a belt. Well, most of them were out here exposed to the elements, and there's not much to see. Here's Temple 1, the Temple of the Grand Jaguar. In it is a funeral chamber that goes some 23 meters under the ground, very deep, and that's in the back. There's an entrance, sealed off now. And this, across the plaza from there, was a pyramid dedicated to the wife of the Grand Jaguar. Over here, we have lots of other grand burials, because this is the North Acropolis, and it was more or less a cemetery. It's built over the course of 1,000 years, and started off very early in the history of Tikal, and was finished very early in the history of Tikal. I think most of it is pre-classic. Not sure what I'm looking at here. So this is also one of the oldest areas. And you see they would have begun with some smaller temples that would have been on the ground level. And over time they would have built them, rebuilt them, built the Acropolis platform, built pyramids on top of the Acropolis platform, until the original temples were raised up very high in the air. But they're still about the same size and in the same place that the older ones would have been. Those are just underneath, buried under the rocks. Alright, now here we get a glimpse into the entrance to the Mayan underworld. And this is a giant stucco mask that's larger than a human being. If I had to guess, I would say it's about 4 meters tall. And over here, we have stairs that descend into this area. And over there, one of the entrances to the underworld. And there would be a tomb. This is all the entrance to a grave. It looks like it may have been covered up at a later time, that it wasn't always open like this. And later on, first there was a pyramidal platform here, and later on there was a wall added, and perhaps this was entirely buried. And as you can see, underneath this pyramidal platform is an even older structure. Now, imagine we're looking through like an X-ray, and there another great stucco relief face. If we go up here, We see some chambers. Probably would have also been burial chambers. Looks like they put new lintels in place. Doesn't seem to be the type of wood that the Maya would use. Don't think it's possible to go over here. There's another pyramid. And this is another absolutely massive face. It looks like it has a staircase built over it. Originally there would have just been the face, and then this was an outer layer that was added to it later. Constantly renovating, building, improving all of these structures. You can see there are more over there that would contain even more burials. If it's symmetrical, it looks like there probably would have been another face right there that was covered over and pyramids built on top. I don't believe you're allowed to climb. Here we have some very well preserved writing on the side of this stela. 2 columns of writing, as was typical. Although the front has been largely broken and chipped away. Now I am heading from the North Plaza, the North Acropolis, to the Central Acropolis. Now, whereas that one was a cemetery, and for the dead, this is for the living, because this was homes and administrative buildings. Here we get a sense of the North Acropolis, and all the different pyramids and all the different layers. I have to imagine that everything was a bit more intact. They've dug into it and exposed some of the things underneath. Now here the Central Acropolis. Now this had 6 different patios and buildings at many different levels. There's a 5-level palace, they call it, with rooms all throughout. And as we can see, was started already in 300 BC and inhabited all the way through till 800. Why they gave it up, I'm not sure. But some of the last rulers, including the Jaguar priest, I'm guessing that he preferred to live in the Palace of the Bats. Very large stones that were used here. Limestone, I think, is relatively light, but that's still quite impressive. And there were some residences there. And some here, some there. This one seems very damaged, but you can see this would have been a courtyard surrounded by residences. It's now 10:30, and the sun is getting strong, piercing through the clouds, so it's nice to walk for a bit here in the shade. It's very interesting that the living face the dead, and that's not oriented on an east and west function like these pyramids are. The pyramids face the sunset and the sunrise respectively, but you're constantly facing a cemetery, so watch your step here. Now there are, I believe those are more likely to be administrative rooms down there, offices, government offices, because I don't see any bed platforms in there. This is like a Mayan apartment complex. You can see the corbelled, not corbelled, but pointed arch. There would have been rooms up here as well, and all the way up there. Let's have a look. Now there, that's a very large residential room with bed platforms. Here we can see into the tops of some of them. Over here as well, leads down to some room. And there are rooms up there as well. They really are 5-story buildings. Over there, more rooms. Another one with a bed. That is a palace. And some kind of temple there on the side of this plaza. Another one unexcavated on this side. Another plaza. Oh, this just keeps going and going. I'm gonna climb down there. I didn't realize how complicated the architecture here is. It reminds me a bit of that Escher drawing with all the stairs. It sort of goes up and around, and there's rooms on top of rooms in a very non-linear way that I'm not at all accustomed to. It's a bit vexing, but there would have been room for dozens of people, a huge royal family. Some more beds and what looks like a table. Another room, top of a room. You can see a carved wooden lintel there, carved in a certain shape.
Valió la pena. Perseverancia, trabajo duro, ¿no? Ser terco más que nada. Aunque el estudio, tú sabes que es duro.
Let's see, across to this side. Climbing on the roof, I guess. No, that's a steep drop. All right. People. Don't see much of those around. See that a lot of this is collapsed. Wow. It's original wood. Wonder what would have been hanging from there. I guess they serve the purpose of support beams, but probably something would be hanging, maybe decorations, banners. And here are beds. Beds on top of beds. Here, sort of a sectional couch, L-shaped couch sort of thing. Here, a grand plaza. Oh, just more and more and more rooms everywhere you look. Here's another carving protected by this roof. Couldn't tell you what it is. I see feathers coming out, and it looks like it might be a serpent. It might be our old friend Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. There's a massive building. Let's have a look inside over there. Okay. Getting quite tired. Let's head over to the museums. In the shade. Maybe get some lunch. Whew. Smells like a tomb in here, but it was a bedroom. But such a damp, intense jungle smell. Not much ventilation.
Okay, ya estoy subiendo.
Residences upon residences. Palaces upon palaces. Pyramids upon pyramids. Ruins and rubble. Here, one really gets the sense that this was alive, that this was a city, just a beehive of people, all in their rooms, all close together. And you can easily imagine all the noise they would make and the smells of the food that they would be cooking, the elaborate tapestries that would be, and jaguar skins that would be decorating their walls, all of their cups and plates and bowls and ceremonial clothing filling those rooms. You can see there's another totally massive unexcavated pyramid, and it doesn't look like it has ruins on the top, although it could be a collapsed building, but usually you'd see some walls or something. I think instead maybe it's one part of a twin pyramid. There should be another nearby, although I'm not sure. Also could be an observatory platform. I'm going back to the exit. I'm going a different way than I came in. I'm seeing a bunch of stuff I didn't see on the way in. There's another building, for instance. It's 11 o'clock. Sun is very bright, and there's a lot of people walking around the park, being very loud, screaming with children, tour guides speaking, people walking in front of you, around you, behind you. I'm back at the old Saiba tree. I've been now walking for more than 5 hours. I would say I saw about 2/3 of the site. I would have stayed longer. I probably could have seen everything. But the bus that I came on, which departed Flores at 4:30 in the morning, is going to depart from here at 12:30. And I have to make sure to make it back to that bus. I might still have time for a snack or the museums. There are so many of these things. They don't fear humans at all. They're all digging for something. What are you eating, buddy? Ants? If you know what a grouping of coatis is called, please leave a comment. There's a sign you don't see every day. Apparently they're hard to see during the day. At night you can shine a flashlight and you see their eyes. I'm going to walk a bit further away. 1 to 125 scale maquette. Now, I didn't see a lot of stuff. I didn't see that. I came here to the G group. I only walked into this initial part, but apparently there's a whole another city back there. I started here in the Temple of the Inscriptions. I walked like that, popped my head into here. Then I came to this pyramid, past the southern Acropolis, to the Plaza of the Seven Temples. This is the astronomical viewing platform. Then I went over here, climbed this, Temple 4, past the Twin Pyramids and the Palace of the Bats, past Temple 3, and then to the Grand Plaza. And from the Grand Plaza, I went down there, and I missed this East Plaza. I was trying to get to that, but then I ended up walking past Complex Q and exited somewhere over here. Okay, so this is the Lithic Museum. You need to buy a museum ticket to access these museums, 2 of them for 30 quetzales. But I offered the guy 15 quetzales. I think I bribed my way in here, I'm not sure. But here we have all of the best preserved lithic stones. Xian Chan Kowil, famous leader. The early classic period, I believe that was so that there was a security guard who came and said I couldn't film in there, though I did manage to get a little clip of the wooden panels, which are spectacular. Afterwards, someone came up to me and said that he had original pieces of jade, Mayan jade, and jewelry and things that he was willing to sell me. Now, if someone offers to sell you looted artifacts at a historical site, you should always say no, because usually they're fake anyway. And besides that, you can get in a lot of trouble if you possess illegal artifacts. Though, I guess the fake replicas are okay. But good luck convincing the airport security of that. It's what's left of my bus ticket. This is Coptic. Alright, well, that's it from Tikal. That's it from
Flores. In the Lake Peten Basin, in the lake itself, in the Peten region in the north of Guatemala. So that's it from Lake Peten, from Flores, from Tikal, from Guatemala, where the pyramids are tall, the monkeys are loud, and the rum is cheap. To Yuri Knorozov for deciphering the Mayan writing system. The world would be a poorer place without it. Naturalmente.
Congratulations on making it through my longest video ever. And as always, thank you to my patrons. If you'd like to support this channel, please check out my Patreon at the link in the description. If you'd like to see more videos about ancient sites, please check out my other videos. And if you like this video, like it and subscribe.